That's good. It's time to finally play. Let's see. I know they changed this. And I want to read it. Actually, I want to change. There you go. Okay. I want to see what is the new thing. Casting spells. Okay. Hey, Ezzy. Can I get out of my room? I can get out of my room. My strategy of logging out in a non-realm reborn area was successful. That does. Oh, the new map looks so good, dude. No, they are still at work. They have not been able to play today. They're gonna be there until, like, they probably won't be back till, like, 11:30. Thank you for the sub, Molo guy. Why is my...
Oh crap, I forgot to cancel my sub.
And it looks like my strategy of playing late has paid off. I'm going in the wrong direction. It is over here. I've just noticed I have an instance in the third instance. Yes. Exactly, that was my my grand strategy is wait until it's late and play then. Hello, Albino. He is feeling the need to take stock. This weapon's gonna be useless. I have all the good weapons. Darby, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of the ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that the said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoid. I think that's pronunciation. It's been so long since the actual last patch, dude. After the first hour, I was congested. My queue times are well. Yeah, it was really low. Yeah? I started this queue around 4 o'clock, so it took about 2 hours. Telephoid's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past in an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers and of theirs been cause of untold suffering. Oh boy. This is gonna be great when I have to voice Oriange. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. What does Thancred sound like? I've forgotten already. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telephroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Galvas, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Yeah, he sure is. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Improvaris, plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fight in the War of Succession. But then it has since changed, and in troubling ways. Don't make me read Oriange. Oh no. Aye. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. They're good, they're being nice to me. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. Wasn't it that already? Yeah, having the civilians being tempered is a very good idea. That makes a lot of sense. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telepharoid. The army of primals is awful enough, but in the light of recent developments, I fear it's the only prelude to even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. Yeah. We will find a way, Charlotte. I'm sure of it. As for Bushnell's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. I can't do her voice. If Weavers received word from Mistress Crow, she says the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limits and board the next ship bound for Charlotte. How many of those ships are there? That feels like a rare thing. Now, Revival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Valdesian. Come in to assist with the Order's restoration. I really should have finished Eureka before this. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. He's nervous. He's nervous. And I'll accompany you to the docks. At least one person there to wave and try and wish you a safe journey. Of course you will. Good thing. Ooh, the new press accepted sound. It's good. It's good. Yeah. There's only 10 parties in Party Finder right now, so yeah, the server's pretty low on people. So 405. I know they did increase the fast travel cost, so hold on. Now this is what I was expecting. It's a Limsa on patch day. I should check out Summoner and see what my bar looks like now. Yeah, it's bad. Most of the place so far is nearly 1,700. Oof. That's fair. I mean, I look up at the amount of money I have. It's not that bad. Oh dear. There she is. There she is. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlotte should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Yeah, I remember. I think this was in the trailer. Or this bit, yeah.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Schedule? Oh my. This audio sounded a little
Excellent.
weird.
'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
I generally
It's
go for
funny.
parties. We'll see. We'll see how the queues are. Because I'm DPS, they may
Master
be
Louis
long.
Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
But you've got an Archon Mark Thancred, you've been there already. Right?
Aye.
That is how that works.
'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Yeah, that's what I figured. I'll just see how it is.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Everyone laughs at him.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Yes, it is. What makes you think he's been there before?
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Yeah, get him.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
I can't believe the healers have finally lost their privilege, dude.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Wow. That's so rude.
I'll hold you to that.
I hope neither of them die.
Good. You're still here.
Ori Bowler. Hey!
Ori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
I'm sure Alphino still owes her money.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Hey, Emetzel.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I love Emetzel. Just in general, he's great. I really like how they handled him in Shadowbringers.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
But yeah, they do the map things. I forgot. Oh no. Oh no.
Here. Feel.
I heard the music immediately. It's like, oh no.
Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
This one's on autoplay. Yeah, it's the same track, or the same version of Answers that plays when they are doing Rising. And if you go to certain areas of like the maps and stuff, they will have it playing ambiently, and it's really creepy late at night.
In any case,
especially if you don't realize what's going on.
Do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
It was nothing. Are they going to introduce the Lady of the Light or whatever? Because I want to know who that is. I have my theories, but yep, I knew it. If they're using this as the leitmotif for her being around, that it more or less confirms it, but also I bet they're misleading us. Knows how it stops now.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
I knew it.
Hear, feel, think.
Her inflection's different.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Oh man. Yeah, like when I had like a major freak out when they showed her at the end of 5.5. Oh man. These are two It's so loaded, dude. I don't want to say don't trust her. Why now? Why have you finally actually said something? It's been like 10 years.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
I have to click now.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Eidolon has always been. A primal.
This piano mix of answers is so good.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
I do want to know.
We shall meet again, and soon.
And you gotta tell me more than that. Come on. This feels a lot more cinematic than like the previous ones have been. Or maybe I'm just noticing it more.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
No.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Yeah.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
There it is, dude.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Blame the theme too.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. That somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I was trying to turn something off my settings. Looks like I can't from here. Oh well, I'll fix it later. There's the title. And the moon is there too.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Yeah, or Sharlayan. Well, actually, New Sharlayan.
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Northern Empty. Oh. That's good, dude.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Most of you have been here before, right? Because that's how the Archon stuff works, right?
Severed relations with foreign powers. Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention
I feel like
of
we
the
should have gone
Scions.
over this on the boat instead
Crown
of
has laid the groundwork
off it.
for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall.
I'll actually have to look up the Archon stuff then if... I assume Louis gave it to them then if
Greetings.
some of them have not been here.
We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark.
Oh, good.
You are
Maybe
an
they'll
Archon.
explain it here because they don't. I don't think they actually go into it in like the main story. It's always like side conversations and stuff.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
There's a frown.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process
I'd
those
say, let's say,
applications first.
one, two, three, four, a majority of them are Archons. Actually, no.
Ishtola rule.
Actually, yeah, Alpha No and Alice, they aren't. They're just from Charlotte. They never got the whole Archon deal, I guess. So it's a perfect 50-50 split.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
I can't believe we have
Now,
to deal with fantasy
who do we have
customs.
here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
This is going to cause a problem, maybe? Let's see.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
I was going to say you've been...
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
There it is. I really hope I get to beat up Alphino and Alice's dad. He sucks.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
I feel like our arc here may bear
These last two are
repeating.
not Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
I feel like we may have a repeat of some of the Heavensward stuff when you first go to Ishgard. This is reminding me of it, anyway.
Name and occupation?
Oh, dude. These were all real options, huh? Sure, I tried. I have capped one crafting and one gathering class. I'm sure that's enough to claim I'm an artisan, right? Oh, I guess they're not capped anymore, huh? Don't mind my soul.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
He has a real last name. That's not Wormblood.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
What is he doing? He's gonna be denied entry, isn't he?
If you'll allow me...
Hey, Kryl. Oh, hey, there's an Aetheryte shard.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Are you telling me that Final Fantasy isn't the last name of all Final Fantasy characters? It's the last name of all the Final Fantasy characters who do not have last names.
If you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are.
Well,
But I thank you for your concern.
I received another move.
Croyle.
Is this land just run
It is
by
good
Lalas?
to see
No.
you.
Just the customs
Likewise.
person is a Lala.
Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh!
Hmm?
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Got him. It's snowing. Oh my. Oh dear. There's a lot of people here. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your landlings back. Good music. Actually, I may have use for armor. I don't know. What level is my stuff? 530? Does this tell us what I don't know what this is? 515. No, it will not be useful. I'll take a look at it. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Savia and Estinia's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. Okay, so most of them had been here. Okay. It was unclear. They didn't really talk about it much. You must have places you wish to visit and people you are dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldassian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome in the Levieur estate as such, but I would like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. This first set of clothes, you ended up missing a pair of pants. You can probably get them through a Calamity Salvager later, if I had to guess, or maybe a store. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might yield some useful gossip. Are there goblins here, dude? They sing goblin. Oh man, I really hope there's Archon goblins. That'd be great. The Annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I like that Crow still has like the Aetherite goggle things that most people used to have, but most of them have passed off now. I too have places that would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Estinian, I love you. Please speak English words, or common words, whatever the language is here. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That will be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. He's gonna be missing. But I could. Oh. Huge T-pose. Oh, Raha, would you like to join us then? We've been gone for a while. Oh, I guess, yeah, his name is Raha, isn't it? Because G would be the tribe. I never thought about that. And this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course. If you will have me. Come, Sabi, Sharlayan waits. You say that. You say that. I have crystals to acquire. Actually, wait. I'm gonna hit this immediately. Let's see, I want to look at this place. Oh my, it's really big, dude. Studio jumps in. This is really big. Wait, go back. Let's see. What? I need to get. Oh. Huh. Guess I didn't have that car. Where is? Let's see. I want to see what this weapon looks like. You're gonna be exploring in the next quest. That's what I figured. Oh, look at that. That's great. Look at that. There's actual room now. There is. It's probably blue, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no. It's actually just plain. Let's see. Yeah. It's fine. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, yeah, this is the subject. I'm leaving behind using... Okay. This is the thing. Rhino, please stop hiding under people. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe in the west side of the harbor. Now accompany your two companions to the last stand to speak trial again. Your company may encounter conversation points along with additional topics. Ah, it's like skits from Tales of. Your the speaker of your experience to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Oh, that's so good, dude. Where is it? Oh, it's right down here. Ah. Why is your name Wamim? I'm Wameme, an occasional lecturer at the Studium. I specialize in natural geography, including the history of this world's topographical climate transitions. I like to come here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason I'm asked for directions rather often, so I decided why not act as a guide. Can I kick him? Can I kick you? Not you. Ew. To say. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Now that the scientist one could hardly forget, great statue of Thalik. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered in the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Okay, what about Kryl? Can you get out of Kryl's space, please? This path leading out towards the sea is known as Thalik's Store, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus when Thalik was chosen as our patron deity, it was a more matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive statue, yes, but our faith is not so restricted as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Good thing Estee's not here. Man, dude, this area looks so great. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, The average Charlatan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Oh no. Oh no. Are we gonna have another Salt Rock situation? How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and a taste a distant second. There was one pupil in the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. So the last stand can be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlotte. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. A man hamburger, fantasy burger. Because you were a typical Charlatan when it came to cheap and convenient raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. Shall I stop when time permits and sample the cafe's delights? Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. Yeah, but I want to see what they sell though. What do they have? Take on! Hello.
Welcome to the last stand. As the final and saying the only bastion of fine dining in Charlotte. Guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city.
Oh. Do you not actually sell food? Oh, that's a pity. Let's see. That's a pity that they don't actually sell food, at least right now. Maybe I get it later. Or where you have people with RP tags just standing around. And look at that. Good Aetherite design. Cryo. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning Aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlatan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Alec and the Aetherites, allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northwest to the Agora, Charlatan's largest marketplace. Second. You know, I will just do the quest. I'll pick up the ones I missed afterwards. Found something. It's the bookstalls. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment, how optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. What do you say? These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlatan. I'd always thought that them a common sight until I visited other nations. This is actually based, that's actually based on something that is, that's a real thing in certain places. Or used to be a real thing. I don't know if they still exist or not. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlatan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place than to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is the one that has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. Let's head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. There isn't one here because the Aetherite is like right there. background music is really good. I'm looking here. I'm looking around at like the whole like architecture and stuff. I really hope there's a platforming puzzle here. Or at least some platforming you get to do for what's it, sightseeing? Water features. These little decorative features are typical of Charlotte architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in the Isle of Vol were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is a nymphanium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from the Thalic's divine ewer, who just broke their legs next to me. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Can't blame you. Water is like S tier liquid. Ryle. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. Vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the first, the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlie. And bit by bit, those buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here wherever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. But now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. There is one like right over here. This area is so big, dude. We arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this is where those who put ashore the Archon... Oh no. How do I say that? Newcrupf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You see the one mansion that is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. Well, with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. I almost read that as intergaging for a second, which is something Cryle probably would say, but did not. Now, shall we head directly to the Valdesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We just head down towards the harbor across the bridge to our right and then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Sabi. Yeah, but there's a... Oh, it's literally the Levier estate. Whoa! Whoa! You see him? You are floating. My boy just walked up the air. I had heard about that. Wait a second. Am I floating? No. Okay. There, he's doing it again. Bruh. No. Stop. Let's see. Looks like their nav meshes may need some work. Yeah, the next one's down this way anyway. Perfect. Oh boy, there's a lot of people here. As the joyous look on Ra's face has undoubtedly informed me, this is the Baldessian Annex. This person's cosplaying that new character from Final Fantasy VII Remake. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Decide what you want. Is this the end? Or is this just gonna be like an instanced area, kind of like the Horse of Font Manor was? Or whatever. I forgot the last name for them. I'm back, and I brought Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sarvi. I have heard many a tale of your exploits. Hokija's oh my. 1 second. I'm gonna have to look at this name for a second. Ojika Sunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administrative Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ijika. Oh yes, Eureka. I have read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. Oh, you're mad at me because I didn't finish the Eureka content, aren't you? Boo. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had the occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. Prior, you may want to think about your phrasing there. But first, we must engage with the Telephoroid Fall. Through that door on the left is the main hall, where we can discuss our operation options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, Feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon dose. What? You really is a cat, huh? Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impressions. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we are often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they become known amongst the students as nap rooms, or even many as such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Oh, there's so many people in here. It is not instanced. Oh yeah, it's just a door you walk in. Yeah, oh, that's all nice. I'm gonna grab those last remaining Aetherites like really quick. I know they'll probably take me over there for quests later. But I'm gonna have them now. I also want to see more of the city, because the city is very cool. I am missing one. It's probably this one. Anything else? Ah, it's that. Yeah, Journeys In is the one I don't have. Also, there's a new UI for that. It looks really nice. Boy, it sure is a big house, huh? There appears to be a quest here. You should put the platforming puzzle in that house. Yeah, the new internet map is really nice because you can actually see where they go. You don't have to double check. There we go. Let's see. Go back to the annex. And see what quests are new, what points in the map to. Oh, that's really good. Ooh. Yo, look at that. Look at that King Mog. Let's see. Those are the that's the Algan stuff from the Bahamut raids. That's the ship that Deppensword A raids are on. That's Crystal Tower. That's Garuda? Sure looks like Garuda anyway. Oh, these are these floating ones? Or like, just like your eyes? I'm gonna compare them to the map. Those look like floating islands to me. I'm not sure what this one is up here at the top. I'm wondering if this cube is an Eureka thing. I'm not sure what this one is either. It's really good. I hope we can buy that for housing. That's a good map. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Bold of you to assume Estinian will be on time. Ah, it was Urianger.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Let's get down to business. To defeat... Oh no. Telephoroy has way too many syllables to fit in there. Hans has one. Telephoroy.
Come what may,
that's
we
4
must
syllables.
prevent the Telephoroy's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see 2 paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an
This is like a
investigation
music box
into the
mix of
change
the,
which has come over
theme
Sharlayan,
too.
not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Are they going to suggest that someone has tempered the
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Senate.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
I want to see the new primals, dude.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
I wonder who that could be.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Sure, let me just switch to ninja. What? What?
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
So they're doing that split thing again like they did in Shadowbringers.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
I like that. I like that they give you more
Allow me
options.
to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Yeah? Oh, no, because I'm interested in both.
The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Let's take a look at that chest piece. Oh, look at that. Forgot they expanded this bit too. Let's see. It's okay. If you're saying I should do Ra's hand last, then I will do this part first. Boots. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say, the progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. And now I have this band of willing reinforcements, the should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside Normannon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. I'm surprised that they don't let you use a okay. There are now quests on the map. I'm just going to pick up the purple one. I am going to leave the other ones for leveling other classes. Hello, local man. In my eyes deceive me, or are you savvy, Peloton? Who are you? I don't know you. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. I knew you'd be the first. I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship top? Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait. You have heard of the guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Northota at the Presslyle. And you're giving me words, they're fake words. Register your interest at your earliest convenience. Ah. This is, the hunts. Ah, that's the person who's got sightseeing. That's what I was looking for. Hello. I know Northota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? The scholar, you're sorry. I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that the capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair pullers are willing to take up arms, let alone stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You need to work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric. But it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's the best way to not worry about that overmuch. Slay the beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effect of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you into the deep end just yet. You start off with some junior marks, so you can get your feet wet. I would like to see what I can exchange stuff for. You're not permitted to take the bill. It's for junior marks in the guild ship. Cool. I know how hunts work. You are the exchanger. What do they use? Oh, sweet. They still use nuts. I could get the wings. Actually, no, I couldn't get the wings. Oh, that's a kitty. Striking dummy, some music, a bunch of the new, and then it's a bunch of the new materia. Cool. Let's go. Let's go get the one for sightseeing. Hello? Beg your pardon, good madam. I could scarcely help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? I don't remember what the other sightseeing NPCs look like. Did they look like her? Ah, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Barrett, Imahad, newest aunt, and seasoned explorer. You dear, and hand me that log of yours. Mother told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own. So it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Here you go. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. Oh, I just noticed her claws, dude. Why does she have the Excel Crafting Quest arm gear? Weird. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, the few notes I've shared are not more than rumors. Them describing the locale is so fantastic, but I can barely believe they exist. Ah, you're talking about the moon. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Nice. Nice. Let's see. That's log sightseeing. Oh, did I? Oh yeah, there's some of these heaven swords ones that I didn't do. Ah, here they are. 2 pages. Nice. There seems to be a decent amount of them. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, we stand now before the doors of Neophanon, Charlatan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, but the archives of Neophanon extend deep beneath the surface like the roof of a tree. The vast halls of the great Guba library pale in comparison to Neophanon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlatan is free to enter and pursue its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlatan's history or foreign policy. Your task would be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of the subject will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading! Ah yes, finally. Library. Oh. Big library. Oh, hey. That's why you pick up the sightseeing log as soon as you can. Because it's free XP. Not a lot, but it's free XP. Brightly colored books. Oh boy, lore. Long ago, on an island in the north of the sea, there lived a Rodrigan man by the name of Njunkref. Of course he don't grow with a name like that. Was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njunkref's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not yet passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Only moments to spare, Njunkref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Alabetha's spine. Oh! Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before the disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Tended by the sight, Njunkref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark with those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intending on returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island, settled upon that very spot. And the settlement prospered and grew. In time it became the city of Charlian. We live it into this day. Of course they have their own flood myth. Everything has the flood myth. That also does worry me about, I want to know how many people they took there. Because otherwise people are going to be super inbred. Red cover book. Rose of Old, the colony. Many years ago on the banks of Thaliak, in the Dravinian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. Yeah, I know about that. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th astral area. Scholars Sorry, I saw a notification on my phone and my eyes got distracted. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was fully inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idleshire. The following chapter is going to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover history of the Charlian motherland in great detail. Yeah, but I like to read lore. Oh no. Hello. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing a highly unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Of course they did. Time Warp Dome. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkimph, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: "Denounce the ways of war, pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason." The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics in shrewd trading, with the knowledge of agriculture they came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending in squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Blue-colored book. Is it about blue mages? An introduction to the heavens. That doesn't... That sounds like astrology. Oh, I just noticed how... I just looked at my stats actually to see what the stat squish did, and my output is really small now instead of being over 100,000. Have you ever gazed at the night skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained in them? Speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us used to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. Foreshadowing. There are a few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Alag who came the closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or wanted? What if I were to tell you that the internal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we can journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed to do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Because on the wrong subject, search for works which contain more detail than before. But I want to hear about universal expansion. A leather-bound tone. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Charlene, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Elysia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. Big Rome vibes, dude. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, which resulted in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. On the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlene would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the form we know as we know it today conceived and created. It contained a fundamental understanding of Charlene history and the foundation of the form. Head outside. Good lord, dude. I think I read both of these ones. I have got something in my eye. Yeah. There we go. Destination. Where did everyone go? I'm sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Cryo should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, and if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, share our discoveries as we make them, and the sun is rising. It would seem it would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. It's not about the little precious, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlene, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. Hope our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? They're dead, aren't they? Well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather far away. In the southern reaches of Isabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite that of the island of Thavnir. Oh, okay. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Oh no. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And dude, I'm reading bad, dude. When the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some of the semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region to Locus I read that as Locus Amogus. Locus Ammonius. Let's go with that. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the noble house of Darnus. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. That's bad. The House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends of the students of Baldessian, had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Swab, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among the Sharlayans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient prescriptiality, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Arca. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Harvey. More company should be alive in any moment now. Yeah. Oh, hey. One of the bosses. Oh, they've got their books. We've returned with our selections. I've given everyone the same posh accent because they all sound the same. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Cryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I'd ask you a few questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand. I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Oh sure, well let's go do the Amarat dungeon. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The destabilization of creation magics was an unrivaled power summoned from the ether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. That means nothing. I actually don't remember because it's been so long. Let's go with that Mrs. Nolan again. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe brought havoc in all manner of life. Chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the odds of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on, which Chola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals What's that? Promulgated by the Asians. I can do summoning stuff. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Alpha knows you can answer this one. Oh no. I can get these wrong. Namarite spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself, just before our region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. You were thrust in 100 years after it had happened. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the Harbinger of Doom, it must have been quite distinctive, probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Nomian's Mammoths, ask for after any books which make mention of such a sound. And last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Dalmud from this. Dalmud did not exist. Yes, with a little bit serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render onto Zodiac. Trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primer. Or it might have, had Vinat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telepharoi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It's forcing some people to summon primals a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the condition caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the sake of destruction they plan to unleash? This is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for your Stoll, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. That sounds awful, dude. I've been reading research papers, for school. It's not good. Ah, there she is. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Archon stacks has produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. As you recall, Urianger learned that the source is reflections from the Gurin oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting in a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fushino with the knowledge of the Telepharoi and their imagination, he scoffed the suggestions that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusions that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not to mention, not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh no. It snows a lot here for some reason. Your labor for what feels like an age as your Stroll's research assistant. Some people would be very into that. Where is the thing? Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Barely. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Boats? Boats? Let's take a look at these boats. Let's see. Yeah, those are okay. Ready for a tea break, Savi? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down at the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I don't believe a word of it. Has never been a good coffee. Scholars Harbor. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlatan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to complete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telepharoi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Okay.
What is it? Man, I'm sure more private respite. You're looking for the share table. I respectfully request that you look elsewhere.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
You must understand.
Oh wait, wrong person. You must understand, sir. We are simply wondering if you know of the Telepharoi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and...
Wait, you're a house living your girl, aren't you? This woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in barbaric whims, and here you are giving the truth to a ruler. I think you'd leave me be. I've got to say to the likes of you.
Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come. I am going to refill my water soon. I am dying. Hey, wait a second. I have this shirt. You have my shirt. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Maybe she's nice to me because I'm an Ellison. What? My mouth? I'm hitting dry mouth like real bad. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on Telephorid and on their unconscionable plans. There we go. Close enough. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Professor Fortunate that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Oh, I get this guy. Oh, hey, there's a scholar. That's how they sheath the scholar weapon? Okay.
Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been?
Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio.
That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing you and Master Alpino had set sail for Eorzean, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home?
No. It's complicated. I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems.
Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunate may have been, news of your family's doings... Oh my
voice is cracking.
News of your family's doing never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, times?
We have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days?
What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid.
Wait.
And that's why you're here to find information on this apocalypse?
Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me.
I wish there was more I could do to help. Well, maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you?
Aye.
Then few will know your face. Should able to pass you off as a server of none the leisure.
Oh no. Oh no. Cafe AU is happening.
We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're sitting down the food and you might just get the answers you're looking for.
Not a bad idea. Hate to ask, but what do you think?
That's the spirit. Pay attention. Now I'll explain each of these dishes need to go. Tea set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. Omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting by the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Mikote gentleman. Here is an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask again and I'll tell you, but good luck.
Oh no. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I have to get in character for this. 1 second. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Sorry, I had to get in character really quick. Oops, there we go. Oh, they're making me do it in a specific order. Okay, this is the tea set. Right? Oh my, the tea set. Thank you. The Lefo who? Sorry, I never heard of them or their final days. My friend and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astro Era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. This shirt is very common here. I've already seen it like 2 times on NPCs. Omelet, I assume. Don't mess up. Ah, finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. There's no time to waste. I feel like that was a mistranslation of something. That didn't really run. What? The Telephorid? Yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best to stay out of it, I say. The Forum had made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile? What? Here. To the lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. So what's that top? I want to steal that. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sword. Travel the world procuring things we haven't got here in Charlotte. Priceless books, usualized specimens, and so forth. So I've named before those folk who travel after the reapers in the field. Ha, reaper. Picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. Those under those Telephorid make good on their audacious threats. Many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads from the dock all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Yeah, that's done. Back to normal. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? They don't know anything. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The Forum doesn't have secret knowledge. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they're done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, a cup of coffee I promised. What? Let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Be behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Ugh. Alright, before I do that, I am going to refill my water, because I am very thirsty, and reading is important. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Is it? We are like right by some benches, I would say. Voice acted, probably. Naruto?
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
Did this cafe give us like real cups instead of like disposable stuff? Cost us a lot.
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Yeah. Like an hour ago.
Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Oh, those are the gleaners, I assume.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
What now?
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
It's just like this fall, but I'd
Still,
see the
that
vault.
did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Quest LSA, please. We should tell the others what we've learned of the Gleaners. Go ahead to Yomanian. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Oh, they actually talked about the cups. That's surprising. I suppose it is like a sit-down cafe, so that does make sense. That's not where I'm going. We'll go in there when the time is ready. Ryo. Welcome back, Sabi. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. As you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. Sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yushito observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Sarvi and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of the particular period of ancient history. And my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are somehow certain that the destruction being perpetuated by the Telepharoi is wholly unlike what these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now, the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is stretched to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Should we expect them to see? I also want to know if they'll even let us down there, because I feel like they probably won't. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Thanks, that's very helpful. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see that each is returned to its proper place. That would be great help. Thank you, Raha. I remember seeing Labyrinthos in the trailer when they were in the when it first dropped. I don't remember if it was Fanfested or Live Letter. It gives me big Fallout vibes. Let's head down the stairs over there. I'll show you where the entrance is. Oh, is this just someplace you can, like, just go? I would assume this would have been something that's just, like, fully, like... Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Controlled, locked off. Ready? Well, Labyrinthus is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Oh. Off we go then? Okay, I found the walk button. Oh, even this walk is slightly faster. Nope. I just walked faster than her. Unfortunate. Now we want to try to keep up, okay. This is better. Are you winning? No, I haven't gotten to the moon yet. It's been mostly a lot of dialogue so far. There's a piece of faith right up there. Up here? Orostra? Not far now. Ah, here we are. Through the door and down the stairs. You remember to attune the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. If I remember correctly, Labyrinthos is a combat zone. Oh, hey. Chocobo Keep. Oh, wonderful. They still have the stupid masks.
Oh, but Trevor, I interest you in a chocobo porter?
No. I just needed to check you off from the map. Important to me. You're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Okay, so you do need permission. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. I don't like these lifts, dude. They look unsafe.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more room.
Bald Lalafell.
A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
The Northern Empty Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected.
I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Those are some big boxes, dude.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Uh-oh. Is it the echo? Ryo, what's wrong?
Did you call to me just now?
I did. Not the character.
How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Ryo, what's wrong? Are you having side effects from being experimented on 2 expansions ago? How big is this? Oh, like so big. What a big map, dude. Actually, let's see. Travel. The currents. Okay. so I don't think I can get Aether Currents yet. I wanted to know. Hello. Emeraldville, hey, it's a bunny boy. Here to help will give me more headaches. Because if you don't have the look of a gleaner, then I'm in no mood for idle chatter. Well, my colleagues are so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates, and now I have a pack of mammoths running loose. It's taught you about exhausted gleaners. Wait, does that go in my inventory? Sure does, dude. What? What? They got rid of the Aether Compass? Or do I need to get a new one per expansion? I can also turn that in on somebody. Oh, there's a lookout point though. That is a view, alright. Look at that. Ah, it's so good. She gotta say. Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age. I wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. What I can see, however, there is not obviously out of place. Seems that we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. What can you see, Ishtola? You're blind. Kinda. Let me think. The rare seed should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snowberry 1060. Or are they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with Moco grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and mix risking it up? I'm not gonna fix that. What if someone mistakes the Corthian carrots for the Garabandian carrots? What then? Large shipments coming in and out. Ah, it's a mammoth. Look at you. Oh, mammoth. Dapper little mammoth. I love it. Hello, Dobbin. You wanna know what I'm doing? All in books. And all, and fun. It needs all and I hold it. A decade or so, they stock in Labyrinthus, you know, sort, tidy up their inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did once a few summers ago, even. Then, with no one, all this gets masters dropped on our laps. Or from on high, damned if I know what the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Prepare for the next big expansion? It seems that the gleaners are not having a good time. Any luck, Sarvi? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Taken stock, large shipments, exhausted gleaners. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they would bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I'm seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something. They're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. Your game, then, I have an idea. Did one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped mammoths? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charm upon the Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! He was over here. Aaron. You shall be found my mammoths, on the marmots. I'm nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out the goodness to your heart, I welcome the assistance. My name is Aaronsville, friend, specialist in the collector of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is the trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present. There should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I'm not seeing any scampering around here, so need to widen the search area into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there who won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's so huge, dude. I always see people gathering instead of playing the game. Oh no! Oh no! They finally put trolls in the game. Ah. I found it. Can't believe it's taken me 2.5 hours to get to combat. Oh wait. Really had you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Come back. Here. I really hope it's not like under the troll. There it is. It's tiny. Give me a mouse. Squeak. Rat sack. One nimbly evades your rats before once disappearing into the trees. I just want to catch this stupid rat, dude. It's up there, I bet. Aha! Found it. I knew you were up here. Into the bag you go. We were prepared for its speed this time. You succeeded closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Now, they always give good descriptions for when you stuff things in sacks. What's it say? Sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Excellent. The quests are popping up now. Erinville. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here's the rat pack. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in the holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seemed to be unharmed. They've held up well in the isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to capture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will you do with the rats now? As for the Forum to decide, they are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all. And this job was one small part of the great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. They are making a fallout shelter. I knew it. Ah, there you are, Savi. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who's looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Cryle of the Students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped by seeing these decisions put into action, we might fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures are too empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Even though I'm sure I get XXP amount, it's gold amount. Did you learn anything new from your friend here? So we've confirmed the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say it fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news in every corner of the world, out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives us the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet, I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telephoroid's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely. But let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we will stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the... There we go. How about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower... Oh. Not good. Cryle, what's wrong? I'm fine. Truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that marmot, was it? Anyway, tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Cryle, stop lying.
Stop lying. You're lying about the side effects of experimentation on your body, Cryle. I feel like the arms in that run animation might need to be redone. They look a little long. Behold the Archaea. As Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archives, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture is too similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value just standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Yeah, but more importantly, there's another chocobo to keep here and I need to check them off my list. How's a gemstone trade? Market for something on the rare side, got a whole villagers worth a surplus from the Archaeon, some of which can even be yours for some bi-colored gemstones.
Nice. New style, let's see. Sap? Food skin? Nothing. I bet I get more when I level up. Like a writing map. Oh, hey. There is a triple triad person here. Want to see me lose at triple triad? A spot of triple triad sounds lovely. I can use the cards I stored here. Fortunately, I couldn't find instructions for the game itself, so you'll have to teach me as we go along. Let's see. Regional rules. Okay. Now I'm not very good at this. I don't want to go for this. Good. 5-8. To a trade. She can't win. Nice. Well, as it appears I've lost. I wonder if there aren't some better card stores in here somewhere. I have to ask my colleagues if they have any to trade. No, do not engage in card or trading. I'm not allowed to get better. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not the leaders, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesion, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public.
Ordinarily, yes, but that would be the case. But at present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter.
Oos. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that?
That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given to the convoyance of inventory.
So what, is this as far as we can go?
I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded.
By that time, it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers, were we? We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we?
Students of Baldesion. Uh-oh.
She lied to me. Did I don't think I tuned to this one. Going to do that. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring, one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, it might allow us to accompany them on the lift. And let us ask around. Surely someone's in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load.
All of you are mages of some capacity. None of you have strong backs.
Ooh, that's the name. Chushutabi? I mean, that's his shush shush baby. What do you want to? Yes, can I help you? No. Bemused student. I feel like they may have a problem with this box. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They want to let us into Archean, even though we found... we have no idea what we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. It was wandering around Tranquility, and so we caught it and thought we to donate it to the vaults. Odd little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. That worries me. Either they found one of those terrifying Cthulhu monsters, or it's like, I don't know, Hildebrand somehow. Bone-weary worker.
What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. Oh, I did see a gleaner fall heading out the gate there, though. Surely a large pack engaged with some matter of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing.
Someone's too slow.
It's Aaronville.
Correct. You'll frighten them in a way. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is very close. It's close. Very close. You're helping with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are truly better than 1. Very well. Canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. The one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive craw. Single out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim my quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Okay. Hornbill. Look for the green bird which caws. Orc. Well, that's a bird bird. Hey, I thought I saw you cawing. Coo, work, work. Caw, caw. There are any more birds. Wait for it to come back around. Got him.
Fair shot.
Oh, he speaks.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Got a bit of an accent. Fair, because he's there. I think the Vieira are from over by Dalmasca or whatever, so checks out.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I found a bird.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Like him. He's nice.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh no.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
All the way over here. Wow, the map I've not been to yet. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. Just faint, I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, that slaughtering beast aside, we will need to watch our footing. Should tighten up our straps and such before we continue. Giving me a hat. What are they done? Oh, so that's how it works. We just move all of those into those tabs. Okay. Well, I would like to see this hat. That's like not a hat. I can barely see it. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. And with the terrain ahead, I thought, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. I don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. You can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Oh yeah, that's a whole section. Oh, what is that? Oh yeah, it's one of those walking mushroom things. I hate it. Why? Susu. Fine, wanna fight. Forgot that they made it so you can do your blast 50 now. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. I call this tier is where they keep a variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronval's assumption holds true, then specimen being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such lands in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. I feel like we should probably avoid being seen if we weren't allowed down. Hey! Dude. Well, those are some square grapes. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Mero Ergonomics. Is it? Labyrinthos is home to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows for us to conduct studies on cultivation methods using foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a listed nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see. No Gleaner's hereabouts, yet those workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations, worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. I still feel like we should probably not let ourselves be seen. We're gonna get in trouble.
Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors. No, not with the use of the Litby district. How did you make it down here anyway?
Well, I avoided the law. I went through the caves.
Mine shaft, you say? Well, you're much hardier soul than I. Under noble circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the field, but I'm afraid the Forum has us feeling orderless among long. Massive yet detailed requests. A literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put us together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around the dock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with a vague assurance that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer, even.
Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift. Some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the staggered crates on top of that hill over there. Gods, hauling up that lot up the slope was a chop and a half. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. It only needs good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's a native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, region in the south of Isilbard. It boasts a remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Truly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which are turned into transitional into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it to Locus Amonis. Not gonna mess it up and say what I said earlier. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos, since it provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Psyche? Oivos? Investigate this. I didn't even realize I'm investigating the boxes, but yeah, that checks out. Boxes? Tables have been created to tell a story with their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by the sheaves of reports. Surprised they just left these up here with no one to keep an eye on them. Flowers. Am I supposed to recognize these?
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Who are you?
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
I too am a botanist. Don't ask me anything about flowers.
Have you learned aught of interest?
I found out these flowers can feel my feelings.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Uh-oh.
Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
Yeah, that checks out.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Cryo. Cryo.
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
There's something wrong.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Really? Cryo, what you doing? Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarries slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path along the Archeon. Come, we could still catch him. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticum Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make it for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads! I can't believe this. Goodness! What is this music staying? Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'll be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would to learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts that form you are essentially defenseless? You've changed into a toad. Alpha toad did not like toad. No, no, baby. I do not like this sound effect, dude. Why? Oh no, there's a big toad. I was just checking to see if they changed their names to be frog puns on the overworld. They did not. Uh-oh. No! Okay, good. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand what he's trying to tell you. This is the wrong way. Alito turns face to the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. There are other toad people here. Oh good, you can view them as toads on the overworld. Excellent. Oh boy, I'm getting Ishgard vibes again.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Cat Girl looks so like ready to pounce on something. Maybe it's just the angle of the camera.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Come on, spill it so the frogs can hear.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Don't look at the frogs, man. Don't do it. Don't. Finally, the warrior flag has
that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Why is he an expert on toads? I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. He seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Telephoros declaration was a catalyst. Whatever change it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient importance to disrupt all Labyrinthos. Not to mention ignore Eorze's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation at this point. It seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yashtol and Cryo for the moment, see what they think of this. Oh, they're all up there. I'm gonna pop up here so I can fill out this part of my map. There we go. Oh no. Don't tell me. No. Rude. There's an important quest over here. Probably 4 Aether Currents or something. Welcome back. I trust you found Arendelle then? Yes. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We share this with Crowd, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. She might check in near those flowers she was so entranced by. The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. So I wonder if maybe the flowers have something to do with the echo or something like that. Because we were also looking at them pretty intently. I also want to know what this gets me. If I don't see her before I get to that quest marker, I am going to do that quest. Hey! The sightseeing thing up there. What will this get me? Aether current. Just like I thought. Oh, Jeremy. Hello. My Swedish shackles are... One of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Apologies. I'm Noelle Attia, an archivist. You're not Attia, dude. Well, actually, no, you are Attia. Look at that. That's a bottom if I've ever seen one. I got Attia none flipped again. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star. And one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you. But could you please help me retrieve the specimen? Of course. My thanks. I will continue to search my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had the comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon now to report your findings. Sure hope this isn't the sharp quest line, because I'm not going to do that. Not yet, anyway. Uh-oh. I'm not engaging with the goop. Not right now. No trolls, great or small, perhaps a bit further in. Oh, oh. That's how it's working now. Okay. It means I'm gonna have to find a new place. Whoever gives out the compasses. And because mine is gone. Baron Trolls know to see Noelle Tia may have had better luck. Where is he? It's all the way up there. I'll go find Cryle just to save some time. She's probably... They said maybe by the flowers, and they are up here. There she is. Ryle. Hey. You know those are endangered, right?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
What? Chomp.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Oh no.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end, blinding and radiant.
I put it in my pocket.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
That's what it was. Okay.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. I knew it. This is why you shouldn't have interacted with anybody. Ah, it's him.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
All these people have lived here for a long time. The only thing that's foreign is me.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Who?
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Like I said, I am getting Heaven's Sword vibes. It reminds me a lot of that stuff with the Fury or whatever. even a trial, dude. Definitely won't be like combat, though. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. Oh, they made Crumble take her hood off.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Notice how only like 2 or 3
would you be so
people
kind
have
as to restate the matter which
gear.
compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Yeah, the speech from the trailer.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Oh. Someone force choking him.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
It is a fallout shelter.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
That man has an unpronounceable name. Montichane? Make it sound French.
Skolok Montichane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
Yes.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Get him, Grandpa.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Montichane raises some Valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
This feels like an awful legend. There has to be a magic way you can do this better. Someone in the front row is not raising their hand, and they are divided. It's not unanimous. Is that an elegant back?
I count 51 for and 48 against.
Okay,
the proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
How will you enforce this if you are non-combatant?
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, at least we're allowed to remain in the city. But our investigations have not been in vain. Now we know what this mysterious duty of theirs began with, whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of its substance here in Sharlian. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? After all, I'll say it is you. I don't know who this is. When I heard you've been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very grateful they allowed you to stay. Mother? Oh, it's Mummy. Oh, yeah. Ambulance? I'm sure they'll say it on a cutscene later and I can be connected. Ambulance Levier at your service. You fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not on the best of terms at the moment. I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. But the timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure sorry, what do you think? Savi? The Savi Pelotava? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Oh no. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return to find you enjoyed our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Sorry, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. I feel like if you're fearing retribution, then maybe we should do it somewhere else. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. indeed. The matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. My mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, though, Sarvi? Though it seems that we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Alice? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. However not. Your room has always been perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep them to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. Never mind. Whatever your estate is that way. Right down the stairs. Come on. I am going to enter their rooms. Ow. Oh, it's a square instead of a circle for whatever reason. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alvino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It's been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless, leaning over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down on the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh, hey, we got another one. And a lookout point. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alice had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly. I tried casting a simple restorative spell I had only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alfino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it, which is explained how I came to swim like an auk. He sank like a stone. I want dinner content. Here you are at last. Please do come in. Oh boy.
Welcome home, my lady.
Oh boy. Look at the lady butlers, dude.
What? What are you gawping at?
It's big. Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Rich kids.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
That's where Alphino gets his sage stuff and Alice gets her new gear.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Of course. Why are you surprised?
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I killed God. Several times. Yeah, there it is. That's what I thought.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
Oh, that's character growth, because she used to do that all the
And while I shall
time.
miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Oh, they're not showing them in frame.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Excuse me. Can we take a look at his hands for a second? Why is there a hand window and a wrist window on his gloves?
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Yeah. It's the Noliths.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Aww.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Hey, say,
I
we
am
actually
told
get
these
the job
devices are
done.
quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
See, will they forcibly stop me? They will not. I need to dox their bedrooms. This is important. I bet none of these doors actually open, do they? Ah, that's unfortunate. Man, why'd they make that a dialogue option if... Why'd they make it that? It might be mentioned as a dialogue if they won't let me bully the children. Let me bully the children. Hello, children. I thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts will help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let's return to the annex to rejoin our companions. Royal. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tells the tale. I hope we can help them reconcile with their father. They might return home with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the Forum, Strats the Hide, and the flower bequeathed you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us a lot going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well-equipped to pilot our next move. You pick up that one? Oh, what's that? Food. I have Crow's instructions in hand. You're ready to set out, and so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetherite. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would be a waste of time we do not have. Trial was of the same mind, and has always secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. Take ourselves there. Oh no. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. This is about Monyabrida, isn't it? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceward, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee only to the knowledge of our comrade Monyabrida. Monyabrida was an authority on the theoriology, a viewless study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Oh. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I kept my silence. Whether or not you come with us is, or no, is your choice, and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so. I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. It's settled, let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kiet. Kiete? And... Those are some new icons. I don't know what they do. I think, however, I'm going to call it there for the day, because that's a 4-hour stream. Oh. But I'll see you next time I stream. And yeah, that'll be that. I don't know if we're doing a stream on Studio Magic A tonight or not. It'll depend on how Soups feels when they get home. It should be probably like 20-30 minutes is probably when they'll be home, so probably won't go until almost 12. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. I don't know if I'm going to stream more of the story or if I'm just going to keep playing offline. I probably will continue playing offline because I want to play the game. But yeah, thanks for watching. I will see you Saturday. Probably will be my next stream, which is that's tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow for Shin Megami Tensei. Bye.